Sure do. Well, good morning. We are live at the Ohio Regional for the BullShooter Tour. Lucky to be live in person. Can't do this in my underwear.
It's good to see your face, Dad.
Joined by DJ Sayre. I am Gordon Dixon. We're going to be bringing you the action today. We're starting off with a good one. Joined by DJ Sayre. I am Gordon Dixon. We're going to be bringing you the action today. We're starting off with. So hopefully we won't step on each other or have a hot mic or some of the other downfalls that we've
The hot mic issue is
resolved
Yes.
when we're in person.
Should I plug in some extra mics?
Yeah, yeah. If we could get a room mic for when we don't know, you just not turn that off. That'd be great.
go ahead and
That'd be
turn on
great.
the recording device.
But no, glad to have everybody with us. Appreciate everybody joining in here. Already 150 of you. It looks like from the Facebook feed. We've got live brackets, which we'll be able to drop into the chat for you. The boards are networked, so we're going to get some live updates.
Yeah, we're pretty excited this week, rolling out not only the pre-registration, well, that's been in place, but all of the boards network, the BullShooter Live app. So now players will be getting notifications to their phone when they're up. And then obviously with the boards, as soon as the match is concluded, the bracket will be updated and sped up. So certainly some progress here. Big changes for the BullShooter Tour. Glad to roll it out here in Ohio.
Yeah, I think we really saw the benefits of that when we did the BullShooter Open for the ESPN shoot leading up to that. That was the first time that we were able to network the boards and kind of see that live bracket update, which is awesome.
So if you would, please give us a like and share. Get your friends and family members that also love the game into the chat, watching the darts we're bringing you here this morning. As Gordon said, this is a good match right out of the gate. We've got two of Indy's finest versus two of Ohio's finest. Well, actually, you know what? I don't know. Do you know where Dave is? I know he's northern. Like, it's either he's on the Indiana side or the Ohio side.
I can't say for sure. I think he is in Ohio.
Is he? Okay. Yeah, I'm not real sure. I know he's up there.
Mark finally away here.
Is his nickname on the board El Conquistador?
It is. And after a slow start from Brandon, he's away.
Yeah, Dave leading the way here, but Lee putting in a 150. Feel like Dave might have to follow suit.
Yeah, needs to put a lot of pressure on that win 15 because that's a pretty straightforward out in this format.
But the freeze rule is in play, so for those unfamiliar with the freeze rule, essentially you can't go out if your partner scores more than the sum total of your two opponents. So with Mark back at 395, he's going to have to outscore Brandon's next shot by a good bit. And that miss into the eight's probably going to spell disaster, as Brandon now basically only needs one bull to freeze the 115 and give Dave a shot at the 39. Well, he's making it interesting.
Yeah, hasn't found it yet.
Oh, sneaks it in there.
That was a very concentrated dart.
Yes. For one bull. So Lee is frozen. Should look to set up something like 4 or 2. Yeah, he sets up the 4. This is double out.
Yeah, and I think the nonchalant 111 there kind of tells you that 115 was probably gone.
Oh, I have no doubt that Lee would take a 115 if given the opportunity. Dave making this interesting, though. Lex to leave the double 10. And hits it.
Finds it straight away. Ended in 0. Can't argue with that. So he's going to get the board set up here. And Lee will get us kicked off.
So it looks like Butler, Indiana. So he is on the Indy side.
Oh,
So,
well, that's too bad.
So only one Ohio guy trying about all these Indy guys. But the Butler, Indiana guy gets the win in leg number 1. So
For the Ohio guy. We'll make it.
yeah, we'll just Team Ohio. Hey.
So slow start again.
Yeah, Lee not able to get in. Shocker. Oh, Dave following suit. Needs the 3rd.
Job done is away. And already being up a leg could be decisive straight away.
So we did just put the bracket there into the chat. So if you want to follow along, looking at it, looks like Brandon and Dave actually had a bye, whereas Mark and Lee have already played a match.
Yeah, normally early on a Saturday, I would say that's probably the better position, is to have already had a match under your belt.
Yeah, I mean, barring the really tough draw, I would love to get a warm-up, especially knowing that the team I'm going to have is Lee and Mark. I'd hate to come in this one cold if I were Brandon and Dave. And conversely, if I'm Lee and Mark, I got to feel good about the fact that I've already got a win under my belt.
Needs another bull to continue on that pressure from Lee not getting in straight away, because he did fairly big when he finally did.
Yeah, Mark kind of the front runner now.
Solid low ton there from Kessler. A $150 here from Lee. And he kind of makes up for that three open missing darts. See the frustration from Dave here.
Yeah, not playing anywhere near like he did in the first leg. Really is let Lee and Mark take control of this one.
Low ton there from Mark. $150 would get Brandon down to 168. It's not going to happen. He's going to struggle on the bull now. So opportunities early in this leg, but looking to stay with throw at this point. Should tie this matchup at 1 apiece.
Rammer now from 199 will look to set it up.
See what Lee does on this 149. Starts on the 20. Not going to take it out, so just bring it down. May stay there for the double 17.
Well, it knows that Rammer's sitting on 78, so doesn't need to get too tricky. This one kind of a blowout, really, as Dave and Brandon just haven't really been at the races at all.
Yeah, honestly, the one player won't get frustrated because they're frozen.
No opportunity for a finish. So Mark should look for a bull for double 14.
Now needs to find treble. Does. Double 6 is the chosen route. And buries it. 1 apiece.
This is loser starts. Best 3 out of 5. So Dave will come to the board to start in leg number 3. Dave unable to get in this time. I don't feel like Lee is going to do Dave the favors that Dave did for Lee last leg.
No, I wouldn't suspect. But
Wow.
he does even better.
Some real Saturday morning rust.
Yeah, I was actually going to make a comment on that. We're seeing some early Saturday darts here for sure. Brandon, however, perfect on his chosen double in. And it looks like from the chat, Mark has some grandkids watching. They're going to be celebrating that in. Poppy Marks hits a 140 open.
With a pee hole.
Authorita. Be interesting to see if we see a change in order with some of the struggles that we're seeing from Dave.
Well, I mean, he was the standout player in leg number 1. I just don't know what happened. And there we see Lee coming in strong with a 116. But this should be Brandon's leg to lose, considering the first 2 didn't get in, and he came in perfect. He's got Mark right on his heels, but as long as he can get an open look, he should get the first one.
Yeah, he'll be looking at 6 darts from 255. Dave just needs to do his job, bringing that score down, trying to prevent any freezes. There he is. The exact job I was just talking about. And Lee only going to find a single bull, so... Brandon is the front runner.
Not anymore.
No. Doesn't find a bull.
Mark now should be able to take control of this leg.
Now, this format does set us up for going to that final leg, because even if Dave and Brandon lose this, they will get the start in the next. So it's not a true break of throw, but definitely want to be 1 away from the win instead of 2. So hopefully you're enjoying having access to the pro bracket. Again, DJ dropped that into the chat on the Facebook page. If you're following along, you can go find that. And if you know your favorite team's team name, you can check it out in there. Disclaimer: we are not. I don't know that we had any of the guys, but we. We do not have any control over what people may or may not sign up as.
Also, clean it up, ladies.
the ladies, yeah, from first glance, we're a little bit more vulgar than the men.
It's ridiculous.
So Mark 136, great format for this finish. Another bull. We'll see the double 18. Oh, and he comes inside 4 or 5 holes.
Well, a little intriguing now. If Dave can outscore Lee here, he may be able to give Brandon a shot at the 112. It's going to be difficult now. So let's see here. So 120 needed? Is that what it works out to be?
I think so.
56 and 18 would be 74. So Lee needs to score at least 120. The first 2 in the bowl should go at the 20. We'll see what happens. Well, now, nope, can't even do it with a triple 20.
Yeah, and he realized it pretty quick. Oh, Chuck's the last one. So after all that, Kessler is going to get a look at this 112.
Well, and because he chucked the last one away, it now makes it to where Brandon doesn't even have to take this out because Mark is frozen. Brandon will look to take this out. The bracket is posted in the chat. If you scroll up a little bit there, Jamie.
And one good turn deserves another.
Well, Brandon did not freeze. So Mark can take this out. Yeah, one more bull from Brandon would have froze.
And there it is. Poppy Mark given the 2-1 lead. He'll reset the board. And Dave and Brandon will be playing for their winner side life here.
Better open there from Dave. Actually getting in with a 102. Lee coming in first start. Oh, hesitation.
Well, I don't think he's done it very often. I think wasn't a false
Is that what it
celebration. Yeah, I think it was a sarcastic celebration.
Yeah, he has struggled to get in on his first turn.
Not news to Dave and Brandon, but do have the advantage of throw. And Brandon kicks off with a perfect turn for his chosen double. Good recovery after the opening dart there from Mark. And a single bull turn. So big opening here for Lee.
Yeah, after opening with a 136, hat trick now really take control. Throwing with a bit more authority, too.
Yeah, you can tell he was more comfortable in that throw.
Yeah, the darts just had a little bit more zip on them. So Brandon now under pressure to follow perfect.
Doesn't happen. And look at this. Look at this. Back-to-back hat tricks for the IDA.
Lulled him into a sense of comfort, and then bam, bam.
Taking them out. This is going to be back-to-back against the throws. Lee Jones, 6 darts from 215.
It's 9 perfect to open this leg for Mr. Lee. So Brandon really needs to leave a finish and hope that he even gets a shot. Well, he does the first bit.
Yeah, nice smooth hat trick there from Brandon, but probably a little too late.
Yeah, if Mark does anything here, it's gonna spell disaster for Dave and Brandon. Oh, but Mark leaving the door open. Not able to hit a bull. So a couple of bulls and at least a 4, and Dave will freeze. Just needs 104 to freeze. Well, still alive.
This is on par with a finish. He needs these 2 bulls to extend this game.
And he's trying to figure out the math on the fly. And he hits. Is that a 15?
It's a 15.
So Lee to close out the perfect leg and the match. Lee gonna take his time.
45, 57.
33.
45, 20.
Whips him in there for an
Yeah.
11 dart leg to take the victory 3-1. Moving on, where they will face off against the B team. We should have another match very shortly. So in the meantime, if you're interested about the BullShooter, go to BullShooter.com. On there, you can find lots of links to resources, the tournament flyers for tournaments coming up near you, and all of that. So check that out. We'll be right back. Don't go anywhere.
All right, we're back. The Ohio Regional in Columbus, Ohio. Getting ready for a second round match, I believe.
Well, depends on if you count the prelim, like the first round with all the buys.
Oh, we definitely count that. This is all the way into the third round.
Ta-da.
We've got the B team taking on the IDA, who we just saw in action.
So the B team is Brent Cervelli and Benson Smith. And then IDA, obviously, Lee Jones and Mark Raymer. And this is, as Gordon said, top 8 of the winner's side, so the third round. Looks like the match above them still doesn't have an opponent. And then the other semifinal of the winner's bracket looks like one of the matches is underway right now. So they have court. Looks like Lee won it. We'll start us out.
Yeah, I believe the Randy in that Mike and Randy group is Randy Fern.
Oh, really? I didn't realize he was coming.
Finalist
Let's look at it.
from the BullShooter
So, yes.
Invitational.
So, Randy Fern and Mike Porterfield. And then they are taking on Dan Burke and Seth Stefano. And then the other match that's not quite underway is Dalton Hawksworth and Chris Alexander taking on the Bad Boys of Andy Galvin and Mike Sigel.
So getting down here in this pro bracket, definitely going to see some sparks flying. I think so far we've just seen everybody kind of getting into gear here, settling into to the tournament.
So this is Benson coming to the board now.
Only 51 more points for Ohio State to make the over, so we're getting there.
Benson not able to get in.
And the Steam team does have, they didn't have to play the prelim, so they've only got one under their belt. Looks like they did pretty good, winning 3-0.
Yeah, it's another thing about the bracket. As long as these guys do queue it up within the league leader format, there on the tournament, it will track the match progress. As we said, like on 17, we've got Mike and Randy taking on Dan and Seth. That's 2-2 right now, so they're playing a decider.
Yeah, great upgrade. Being able to see these scores come in, especially for those of you at home. We obviously only have the opportunity to stream one board, follow the action there, and those fans at home can follow us and listen to us here and see how their favorite team is doing as well.
Benson making up for not getting in on the first turn, coming in with a 132.
We've got people popping their heads in here.
Gonna have to get security. Oh, Mark, kind of opening the door here. He was running away with the leg. But a couple of errant darts, and he's not able to leave a finish.
So Benson, with that open at the beginning, needs to find some bullseyes here for any remote chance and only finds one, so not a lot of harm. Lee 6 darts from 207 should be good. The way he's been throwing, fairly straightforward.
Well, Brent not far away. If he can put in a big shot here, it's really going to depend on Benson, though. Back at 295.
And not what Brent would have been looking for there. Only a single bull turn. Mark going to stay straight, leave 32. Mark, I believe you said, is the president of the IDA.
I know he was at one point. I believe he still is.
Lee now looking at 130. Let's take this first leg. Help book their spot in the semifinal of the winner's bracket. Throws the third high to leave tops. The 152 is frozen, so all Brent can do is maybe put in the 150 to leave 2. Hopefully eventually get a whack at it.
Exactly what he does. Great shot there by Brent. But 32 to do for Mark. Nice straightforward double 16 to close out leg number 1.
Ooh, doesn't find it.
Gonna make Benson feel the pain of being way back at 263 again. As even with a 180, he wouldn't be able to unfreeze his partner.
I hate seeing tall players that don't use their height advantage.
I talked to Big Dog about that one time because he also doesn't follow through all the way, and he actually told me that it's a disadvantage for being tall.
How did he explain that?
So he said, and I follow the logic while I don't agree with it. There's more that can go wrong because they have to pull it back further and follow through further. Now, I come at it, which I'm assuming you do as well, from the standpoint of your release point is closer to the dartboard.
Sure.
Therefore, there's less room for error. But, yeah, he kind of cited the Paul Lims of the world, the Phil Taylors of the world, as, being the better players. They're shorter. It's a short drawback, short follow-through, and it's a full extension. But
yeah, I guess to be completely honest, I'd never even heard that before.
Well, and he also talked about having to throw down at numbers and how double 3 is most people's least favorite. So think about he's always throwing at double 3s when he's throwing at double or triple 20s because he's so tall. There's certainly something to it. I'd never considered it before he brought it up either. Because for me, your release point should never change if you follow through all the way. Your arm can only extend one distance. So, yeah, I think it's more into the fact that if you follow through all the way every time, your release point will be the same.
Yeah, the other thing that my mind goes to is it all depends on how much of a drawback you have. If you're a John Part who's 3 pumping it every time before you let go, maybe it's a disadvantage if you have a giant arm. But if you're a Wethington
That was
or
the first one that come to mind.
or someone that kind of pokes at the dart, it doesn't matter how long your
Yeah.
arm is. It's just going forward. So I don't buy that. I think, to me, it still looks like there's a tremendous upside to less variables, and the biggest variable is where you stop your arm or
Yeah.
where you release the dart.
Yeah, just going back to the Benson kind of alligator arm, I think the biggest question there is it an advantage being taller or not? I think that's still debatable. I don't think anybody can argue that a full follow through is better. Just keeping everyone posted. If you're not looking at the bracket, does look like Mike and Randy got past Dan and Seth.
Yeah, and that very last set of teams have gotten started, I believe, or at least are on a board. Still a little bit of a lag in the top half of the bracket. We will try to bring you those two semifinals as best we can as that losers bracket catches up. Benson just continues to be frustrated. Does stick in there and find the bull. But another leg where it seems to be one-way traffic for Mark and Lee.
Great shot there by Brent, tripping the 19 with the last for a high ton. Doesn't leave a finish. Honestly, with the way that shot played out, I would have liked to see him go 3 triples to try to leave a finish.
Nice setup there from Lee. Yeah, where he was, I mean, there was no final dart triple that would have left him an out. So the shot needed to start from dart 1. You see the whoa from Mark on the wayward first dart. Throws around the board a bit. I think that's something else that I could say it's fairly consistent in this format. No need to try to set it up with those trebles. We did just see the chat, so we will try to adjust our levels here.
As we see Lee there take leg number 2, cleaning up a 32 with nice and easy second dart finish, and Brent will lead us out again here in leg number 3.
Let us know what how we're doing with the levels. I'm trying to make some adjustments without really knowing what buttons I'm pushing here.
Just kind of mix it up. A little bit of this, a little bit of that, up here, down there. How we doing?
So So I believe we're at 2-0 for Lee and Mark.
Much better from Benson here. Getting in with a bull straight away. Probably too much to do to win 3 straight against a team like Lee and Mark. But certainly don't give up. I'd like to see Benson and Brent at least put in a real strong leg for a solid showing and then carry some confidence into the losers bracket if they do suffer defeat.
Yeah, always important to keep in mind that you don't want all of the confidence to go away. It's in a double elimination. Sometimes it's very easy to go from one loss to another. If you're still thinking about the winner's side loss. And Lee Jones definitely settling in now. Consistently finding that bull. Benson all over the bull. Only able to find one, though.
Mark with a hat trick. Takes the lead in the leg all the way down to 258.
And there it is again. Nice smooth 150. The wry smile. As Benson finds his what seems to be a obligatory 8. So 297. All I can do is bring it down here. Needs to be perfect to really have any chance here, and even then he's going to need some help. It's not going to do it. So Lee can't take out the 187, but set it up nice, so even if the 108 from Mark doesn't go away, we're looking at a 3-0 here in the quarterfinals of the winners bracket. 18 pro teams started the day.
Benson finding a hat trick. But 108 to do for Mark. So Lee stepping up, looking at double 18 to close this out for a straight legs victory.
Shake of the head there. Lee's going to reset. And there he finds the double 18 for a straight leg victory, 3-0 over Benson and Brent. Not out. We'll head over to the losers bracket. We will have another matchup for you as quickly as possible. Doesn't look like either of the semifinals are going to be ready for some time. May have another quarterfinal after this. In the meantime, head over to spider360.com for all of your latest in BullShooter swag. They got some cool mugs and flipping coins and pretty much anything you might need or want that has BullShooter on it. We will be back at the regional here in Ohio in just a few moments. Don't go anywhere. All right, we got a court coming in here. I almost said corn.
It's corn.
We got a corn coming in here. We got a couple of Ohio teams facing off here. J.J. Carpenter and Denny Garn taking on Jamie
Payne.
Jamie Payne. I was blinking on his partner's name.
Bandit. Kirk Barnes.
Kirk Barnes. I could come up with Bandit. I couldn't come up with Kirk Barnes.
Looks like JJ took the court. So they will have the start. They're going to back it up and make sure they put in the format as they should be.
Oh, doesn't look like we've got names. So maybe that's what they're looking for. Again, if you're just joining us, we do have the bracket in the chat, so you can follow along. If you know the name of your favorite team, you will get live updates on the score line if they set up the boards correctly, which is what we see the players doing here. Double in, double out. Freeze rule is the game. Looks like something happened. We got to backtrack here. But this is, I believe, the last game to set up our winners bracket semifinals. The winner of this will take on Lee Jones and Mark Raymer, IDA, who's the only other team that we've seen on the stream a couple of times thus far. And then in the other setup, we've got Dalton and Chris taking on Mike and Randy. So hoping to bring you both of those semifinals as the losers bracket is able to catch up. Just doing a little organization, making sure that Mike and Randy and Dalton and Chris are ready to go following this match. Hopefully to bring you some back-to-back matches here. Denny needs to find that double to get started. There it is. So far, everybody away.
Jamie struggling to get in as well. Unable to do it with 3 darts.
Yeah, so JJ away very well at the beginning of the this first leg. Stays straight for the hat trick.
This is 3 out of 5. This is leg number 1.
We are at the Airport Marriott in beautiful, balmy Columbus, Ohio. Again, able to be on site for this one, which has been very cool. Got to mix it up with all the players a little bit before.
Yeah, as nice as it is to do it in your basement, it's kind of nice to actually see the players and get to chat some people that you haven't seen in a while.
Yeah, when you're used to playing X number of tournaments per year, and then start working into the commentating booth, and then you're on site for some of those, to go from all that to to sitting in your office, you do miss out on the human aspect of it. But I guess that's it's kind of happened to all of us over the last couple of years. Bandit frustrated, not able to find the second or third bull. So not a lot of pressure here. Denny trailing a little bit. Has an opportunity to set that right here. But with Jamie's opening 6 darts, should be a straightforward closeout for JJ.
$87 to do. Should look at the triple 17 to leave 36. Bull for double 10. And there it is. So leg number 1 to BG's. And looks like Kirk will start us out in leg number 2.
All 4 of these players can usually be found on their respective cities' all-star team. Ohio has an all-star event every year where 4 of the larger cities in the state get together and duke it out. Steel tip event, but a lot of players kind of go both ways when it comes to darts. I don't know if would you say Ohio players you see more crossover than in other places?
In general, yeah, I would say. I would probably put like Florida up there for that. They've got a good soft and steel. Trying to think off the top of my head. What other states? Texas, I'd say, is probably up there. I know certain parts, like I think like the Dallas area is probably more steel, whereas like Houston is more soft. And then obviously California. I mean, they've got a good soft tip and steel tip base. Just off the top of my head.
See, I would say California is more soft with less steel.
I don't know. But I know there's a lot of players that play both.
Now I will say the ones that travel from the west are usually in the upper end of the steel tip players or the steel tip game. Kind of a turning point shot here for Denny. Gets the low ton, so battle between Bandit and JJ to see who can go out in potentially 6 darts here. Jamie and Denny just going to do their best to try to stay out of the way.
He does switch. Gives a little oompa. A little hip thrust. So JJ now going to have to respond. He's in a good position considering Denny's 95 points up on Jamie. If he can put in a good shot here, he may guarantee himself a shot. Depending upon what Jamie does and then Denny to follow. So really, Denny's probably going to need one more bull than Jamie on this shot. Jamie putting in a low ton for 119. So yes, if Denny's able to put in a hat trick, he will leave 167, 167, and 116 will be less than 293. But not going to happen now. So Bandit does get a look at the 160.
Be a big shot here. Taking out 311 and 6.
Yeah, and I'd say this is a must hit in all reality. Because even at this point, now the freeze is very likely as JJ is going to take away that 116 cushion even if he doesn't take it out. Another one of those for double 8. Well, he misses it. And he just left 32. I think that's a bit of a mistake. I think I probably would have went for the 48 or the 42 to try to bring that down a bit more.
Yeah, I think that was kind of a reflex shot if he'd have thought about it a little bit. Bringing that down a little bit further. Continuing to make it a little bit easier for Denny.
But then he's only going to need 2 bulls to follow. Maybe even a bull and a couple of big darts, depending upon what the misses are. So he does manage with just that 13 to lock it in. So Bandit is froze. And this a leg. They're already down 1-0.
Bandit leaving the 2, but JJ a clean look at this 32. JJ finishing on double 10 in the first leg and double 16 in the second. So 2-0 lead here. For Team North Central Ohio. You see Jamie back there shaking his head. He knows his partner got down the board fast enough. Could have had the first whack at the finish there. And now need to win 3 straight. Going to have this one with the darts. Could have the next one against the darts. And then a final leg with a cork. And again, we do have the next match already set. So Mike and Randy against Dalton and Chris will be coming up on 39. Coming up here very quickly. Well, potentially very quickly. I don't want to write off Jamie and Kirk too fast. Jamie does get away second dart, finds the bull. So a little confidence for him to start this third leg.
Kirk gonna need to make up for a slow start here. Ooh, almost does. But that third dart 7 is gonna leave the door ajar for JJ to really take control of this leg. Hat trick now, and he'll move almost 100 points into the lead.
Yeah, the deeper in this tournament we go, the farther away from 2 bulls a turn standard is going to be acceptable. It'll be who can get running with those first dart doubles, and then who's filling it up on the subsequent turns. Once we do complete the winner's side on the men's bracket, we'll have an opportunity to, or I should say the pro bracket, we'll have an opportunity to circle back to some of the opens and regardless, hopefully catch the end of the women's combo that's going on right now.
So no real pressure on Denny here. It was JJ, his partner at 102.
And in other darting action, shout out to Bo Greaves, I think winning her 7th straight women's series title.
She's bad.
That young woman is on a tear, beating Lisa Ashton in a deciding leg 5-4. I may be wrong, but I think that's the closest anyone's came to her even. Well, most of the other matches I've seen are 5-3, 5-2, but that's That's a phenom in the making there.
So 102 now for JJ for the match. 20 for double 16. Almost trips it. But gets the job done. So 3-0 victory there for BG's main event, JJ and Denny. For Kirk and Jamie, they will move into the losers bracket where they will have to battle back. And as Gordon said, we will have our first winners bracket semifinal coming up. We've got Mike and Randy taking on Dalton and Chris. We should have those players very shortly. They've already posted the board number a little bit ago. Let them know that this is where they were going to be. So, yeah, you see Randy there already coming to the board. But we are going to mute the mic, step away for just a second. As soon as the players are ready to roll, we will be right back. Don't go anywhere.
All right, court coming in this semifinal. Randy Fern, Mike Porterfield, Dalton Hawksworth, and Chris Siegel.
What? Chris Alexander.
Chris Alexander. Where did I?
Mike Segal is Philly.
I apologize. My brain has not been firing on all cylinders.
Mushing names together.
I'll just make it up.
So Randy back on the BullShooter feed for the first time since August. Everyone knows, of course, what that was. Randy played in the final of the Invitational there on ESPN, finishing runner-up, which has since been re-aired on TV quite a bit. So Randy, a bit of a celebrity these days.
Yeah, Randy getting some airtime. It's not like the days of the World Series where you'd have to tell everybody to stay up until 2 in the morning
No,
to catch it.
In fact, they just showed it again the other day.
Yeah, that was a lot of fun to be a part of. I know Randy was loving it too.
He was.
He was just I don't even know what to say. Beacon of light. Like there wasn't anything that was going to get him down. Perfect leg in a deciding leg against in the semifinal.
I can't remember. I remember it happening on the day leading up to the finals.
Yeah, just great player. Held his nerve. Just a little much from Alex Spellman in the final.
And in case you haven't heard, those dates are confirmed for next year. So that event will be coming to you again next August. So stay tuned for more information on that.
Now, just looking at the scores, it looks like Mike and Randy did have a tussle in their quarterfinal match, winning in the deciding leg. Dalton and Chris having it pretty much their own way in their previous two matches, 3-0, 3-0.
Yeah, haven't dropped a leg yet, but this one looks to be in question as Randy coming out firing after winning the cork.
I guess I've been screwing everybody's name up. What does Randy look like? Maybe a Doug?
I don't see Doug. Actually, I think his name fits him pretty well.
No.
Like he looks like a Randy.
Yeah. No, I'd have come close on a Randy for him.
Yeah. Mike following suit with. Missed the third dart in the. Okay, so yeah, registered a 20 with the third dart, but was a bull. So they'll correct the dart there. He pulls all the way down to 119, right on his partner's heels.
Yeah, good catch there to not pull those darts prior to. And slight correction, I heard that was Bo Greaves' sixth. I gave her an extra one. So she's not quite on the run that I thought she was.
Give her one more event.
She'll have to wait to be 7-0 in the women's series until tomorrow morning.
And in case you haven't looked at the bracket, this is our first semifinal. The other semifinal will feature BG's main event, JJ Carpenter and Denny Garn against Team IDA, Mark Raymer and Lee Jones. So this is to move into the king seat match We'll see if Mike can take out the 119 after his partner was unable to take out the 111?
Yeah, set it up nice and pretty, but honestly, with the freeze rule in play here, not a lot of pressure here. Both now sitting on 32. Oh, it looks like another stuck segment there. So
Yeah, it's 3 turns in a row there in the pit that we've seen a bullseye register the wrong number.
and there it is from Randy Fern taking down the first leg. So he'll start the board and get us going for the next leg, and Dalton Hawksworth going to kick it off.
Yeah, Dalton was on their heels in the last one. Left 62 with both Mike and Randy sitting on 32. So certainly think him going first. He will get the first crack at a finish. However, Chris is going to have to step it up a bit. If Dalton were to have a shot in that last one, he would have been frozen. So as long as Chris can get going here, should favor Dalton.
Yeah, good recovery there from Randy after a bit of a wayward first. Chris is away and then needs to step away as he's closer to the triple ring than the bullseye. I always wonder if players know whether or not there's somebody that can reset or would do better to kind of stay in rhythm, because I think I think we see enough people on TV. They always take a second and step back, and I don't know that that's always the best course.
I am a fan of it. I know there's a lot of players or commentators that say they should stay in rhythm and just throw. And I know for me, I'm 100% confident that a reset tends to work.
Right.
And I think if you told a Rob Cross or somebody like that who we see do it a lot that it wasn't right, I think he would blatantly tell you you're wrong. But I do believe there are some players that probably do it when they shouldn't. But I think for most players that do it, it's a benefit.
I guess that's my question. Like, do they do it because they know that it's going to help them, or do they see it and think that that's going to be better for them?
I guess that's subjective. I'm sure there are players like that out there. For me, I think just the mental reset is beneficial. Now, if you told me a player like Chizzy or a player like Michael Smith that are just so naturally gifted and throw with a good bit of pace, we're doing it, I'd say it's probably not the right thing to do. Like, I think they've proven that their rhythm is what gets the darts going in the triple more often. But for the typical, more methodical player, I 100% think that it helps.
Well, I guess the counter to that is like a Vandervoort. Like, where his next 2 darts go are completely impacted by how close he is to that very first one. So sometimes if you want to rethrow the first dart, so to speak,
Yeah,
because the first one was trash. So I guess there's a million different ways to look at it. I guess the point of bringing this up would just be, if you're a player, it's worth considering what to do in those situations.
I would think that anybody that's played long enough has put themselves in that position enough to either gain confidence by resetting or to consistently miss after resetting and then reevaluate.
So we're getting down to the business end here. Dalton doing his job as the one hole. Oh, and he just misses that third dart. Could be a lot of pressure incoming here for Randy, from Randy.
Yeah, exactly what he wanted. Hat trick there. So Chris now at 191 has a little bit of a buffer here to ensure that Dalton gets a shot at the 85. And Chris, well, again, a misregistered dart, I believe. He'll have to back that one up. So good shot there from Chris. We have alerted the tournament officials, by the way, so they will be looking at this board. I'm sure there's probably a broken tip or something behind the board face, which tends to mess with the scoring matrix. But yeah, Chris, great hat trick there, especially with the distraction of the misregistered dart.
Well, and honestly, not wise to not fix it before he throws that third.
Yeah, I think everyone was
said.
aware, but for those incidences, yeah, you should absolutely correct and then throw, but it's kind of hard to argue with wanting to stay in rhythm, as we just talked about.
Yeah, you don't want to see a bounce out and have an additional misregister. So double 14 to tie it up.
Great leg there from Dalton.
Yeah, runs down the board and takes it out. Excellent. And loser starts. So Randy Fern will get us started here in the third leg. Again, greatly appreciate everybody joining us. We do have live brackets now. So if you scroll up, you'll find a post. Are you showing up as DJ or as the bull? Or do you have command of the BullShooter?
I'm BullShooter.
Oh,
bud.
man. You got the big password today.
I've got the power.
It's got the juice.
It's corn.
Clearly, we're spending a little time on YouTube. Yeah, so you can follow along. Again, if you've got a favorite team in the losers bracket, you can follow along, see where they're at. It looks like less players are logging in, so we're just seeing results on the loser side. But if they do set it up correctly, you can get live scores. So again, we already see this one at 1-1 on the bracket.
Yeah, and this is the pro bracket that I've shared in the chat a couple of times, just because that's what we're following here first thing this morning. But from that BullShooter Live app, if you haven't downloaded it yet, go ahead and give that a download, because you can actually get into the event and look at the other brackets as well from there. So a pretty powerful tool if you're sitting at home and you want to follow the lady side of things or something along those lines. So through round one, Dalton really can take control of this leg.
Oh, and just high, but a great miss. The best miss, if you will. Mike with a good miss as well. So while not hat tricks, some pretty good fallout scores there.
I think Chris has blocked himself with that first start just high. He's finding a lane. Oh, and you got to love when that second dart grabs the flight of the first dart and opens it up for you. Yeah, great reset there from Chris.
Yeah, you see him walking back, still frustrated. But no doubt after that first dart, nice recovery.
Oh, Randy misses the third. So Dalton still Although Mike leading the board here, Dalton kind of with the advantage. Could go out in 6.
Yeah, big shot there, staying straight.
But Mike on a clean 250. Hat trick here will leave a solid ton. Oh, and that's an unlucky miss. He does manage to find a bull to leave a finish. But now Chris is playing against Randy here. Randy getting an extra 3 darts on Chris. So it's looking like Dalton may have to finish the 143. May not be given an extra opportunity if Randy puts in any kind of shot here.
And of course, the BullShooter Invitational runner-up puts in the hat trick under pressure. See how Dalton goes about this. Should start on the bull. Should be bull 57-36. Not going to happen. So now just wants to stay straight.
Yeah, just wisely brings it down. Really need an opening from either Mike or Randy or both if you're Dalton. But for Mike, he's going to look to finish 149. Problem is you can't incorporate the bull on this shot. So he's going to talk to Randy about it. May just elect to bring it down and play the smart shot.
Yeah, I'm wondering if that's where the conversation was. Yep, and that's exactly what he's going to do.
Make sure you get 2 bulls before you play around. 49's a tricky one. Yeah, 45 to leave 4.
Yeah, safe in that area.
Mm-hmm.
Trip 10 doesn't hurt you. Trip 15's ideal.
Yeah, especially on the just setting up a double. A lot of times players want to leave 32. That's 17. If you trip it, you could bust it. But he wisely goes at the 15 and to leave it even lower. Chris going to miss his second dart here. Finding the third.
Yeah, continues to flash the mid-drift on the stream.
It's about every turn. If you're going to work on those abs, you got to show them off, bud. So 97 now. 2 darts in hand. Trip 19 for double top. No, and Randy going to elect to try to bring it down as well. I can't argue with that logic. You get 2 darts for 1 bull, whereas if you go at the 19, miss, and then you miss that third dart, Dalton would have had a look. Trust in your partner sitting on 34 to guarantee him 3 clear.
Good shot there from Dalton. Tricky now, has to go. The 96 is in danger.
Well, now Chris has the opportunity to steal it. A lot of times this is what happens when we see a player froze. The partner actually gets the first look to take it out. So Chris really going to think about this one. 96 should be triple 20 for double 18. Now bull for double 13. And he hits it just in the corner there with the third. So a 2-1 advantage for Dalton and Chris.
Now, great W, but but not really a big payoff as Randy and Mike will get the start in the third leg here.
No, with the loser starts format, certainly still advantage Randy and Mike to win this next leg. But you've guaranteed yourself the opportunity to at least go 5. Where if you can win the cork, you'll have the start or another mulligan leg like the last one, where the other team misses the out and you could steal it. And here we see Mike take all 3 to get in. So if Chris can come in strong. does get in first start. And follow it with a couple of bulls, and you see him with the fist pump. So early doors. Pressure applied.
You see Randy staring that board down.
Oh, Randy's intense.
Focused. Yeah, I called him a beacon of light earlier. That is definitely around the dartboard. At the dartboard, that is a steely-eyed man.
I feel like his whole body gets a workout just from tensing the muscles.
He does appear to throw with a little angst.
Dalton going to follow with a 118. And Mike only going to hit one bull. So leaving the door open.
Yeah. Big opening here. Chris knows what this shot means. Big shot here. Randy has to go out in 6, and otherwise looking at maybe being frozen.
And Chris perfect through 6, just like Randy. Randy does have the advantage of going first. I think what this match really hinges on at this point, or this leg at least, is whether Randy gets a look at the finish or not. Is he going to be frozen? I think Dalton's going to have to put in a big shot here. And then how much damage can Chris do compared to what Mike does?
I think it misregistered.
Is that a hat trick?
I think that's a hat trick.
Again, we do have the tournament officials going to look at this board as soon as this match is over. So, yeah. That's certainly the shot that Dalton needed. So now, I mean, if it were the case right now, before Mike or Chris throws, Randy is frozen. So Chris just going to need to do something similar to what Mike did here. So putting in the 160, great shot. So it looks like he needs at least 111. Would get him down to 100, which would be 235 total. So needs a 111 to freeze. Did he miss in the 13?
113.
Wow.
He pulls it off.
What a miss. The only thing in that little area. The 4 doesn't help you. The 6 doesn't help you. The 10 doesn't help you. And you luck into the 13. How's your luck?
So Randy making a bit of a mess of this. Wants to bring it down as far as possible. Because if Mike does have an eventual opportunity to take it out.
So Dalton for 135. Triple 15 or triple 19? Went for the 19. Bull now leave double 11 or double 13, excuse me. Yeah, and almost nothing Mike can do about it now. Even a 180 would be hard not to freeze. So he's going to play the safe shot. Well, back-to-back 160s. But unfortunately for him, he started so slow. In that spot, I know it didn't work out for Randy and Mike in the last leg, but 2 darts in hand, you only need 1 bull. I would guarantee that you leave your partner shot at this double 13 and stay on the bull. Yeah, correct shot.
Yep.
Now you got to play this. I may even hit the button. You just accomplished what you wanted to accomplish.
Yeah, it probably ends with Dalton or Mike gets the 76.
Yeah, I mean, good job on him to hit a solid 13, but If he would have caught the triple, that could have spelled disaster. Maybe real high on the single 13. So Randy is frozen. He'll hit an 8 to leave 2. And Dalton will come up for the match looking at double 13.
Yeah, 3-1 win. Could be on the cards here. Dalton been rock steady. Just on the outside. Good dart at it. Oh, and he does come inside.
And now, as we said in the last leg, Mike gets the opportunity to steal it after freezing his partner.
Yeah, gave Dalton the wind up. Not able to find the double 13. All forgiven. Back-to-back 160s for Mike. And it's double 13 for him to send us to a decider.
Oh, and he too hits a single 13.
Oh, look at that.
So there's nothing he can do. Can't freeze.
Now, he really needs to be careful here. I'm wondering.
Well, yeah, I mean, there's nothing he can do to freeze Chris, but he should do the exact same thing. Hit the 11, make sure that he leaves the 2, and now Chris will get the chance to win this match, looking at double 8. And he pins it dead center. So your winners in this one, moving on to the king seat match, Dalton and Chris. For Randy and Mike, they will have to battle in a 5th, 6th place match. So we should get our other semifinal of the winners bracket, BG's main event in IDA, very shortly. Probably going to have an official look at this board, and then we'll get that match underway. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
We got a cork. We are back for our second semifinal. Looks like JJ got it, and he will get us started.
We have the board face changed out, so hopefully we don't see any more registering issues with missed scoring.
Yeah, had a couple bullseyes go sideways.
And this is the semifinal of the winner's bracket to move into the king seat match where the winner will face off against Dalton and Chris, who we saw in the last match.
JJ kicking off where we saw him finish with a perfect 1-3-2.
Lee, using all three to get in, finally finds the double 20. Denny, a player that will not be rushed to throw faster. In fact, one of my favorite stories of a BullShooter shot comes from a Denny shot in Pittsburgh 3 years ago, pre-COVID. Sitting there trying to figure out the math. I believe he was playing Sid Vaughn and Don Stewart
Okay.
in like the winner's bracket king seat match, something along those lines. And the shot clock is turned on, and it is down to like 5, 4, and he's still trying to decide the math, like figure out the math. Finally, with like 1 second on the clock, chucks a dart into the triple 20, follows with 2 more, and needed all 180. Like, I still don't know that he figured out the math before he threw the first dart, but he was up against the clock, so he's like, well, I better go ahead and chuck in a triple 20 real quick. It was incredible.
I love it. Love it, love it. And what a backbreaker for the other team.
Oh, you could see both Sid and Don just like, are you kidding me?
Yeah, the shoulders
Yeah.
just slump.
It makes you wonder if Denny should try to throw faster. Because he did. I mean, it was like split second, I'll shoot. Boom, triple 20.
Well, at a certain point, you're not thinking about it anymore. And if it's just go,
Mm-hmm.
so decent standard between the four so far. And as I say that, Mark only going to find a single bull. Drags his average down a bit, but when there's parity in a leg, obviously the team shooting first is going to have the advantage, and that's no different here.
JJ playing well, 112 after 9.
Yeah, it does a good job of working around that very first dart. High center is a tough one sometimes. Made it look easy. Lee Jones taking a smart shot there, trying to leave a finish rather than the bogey. Ooh, and a no bull turn there for Denny Garn. But the poor shot from Mark.
Yeah, it may not hurt in the end, as JJ is still going to be the first one to get a look at a finish as he's sitting on 112. But with a solid shot out of Denny, you would almost have this one wrapped up. because of the freeze rule. Instead, now JJ may have to take this out. Another one for double six. And he drills it. Great 12-dart leg there from JJ Carpenter. But Lee and Mark will have the start in leg number 2. Lee going one better this time, getting in with his second dart instead of the third, but not able to find a bull.
I believe 9 perfect for JJ. Hat trick, 111 finish, 132 start.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to think if it even started before the hat trick to leave 111.
The man is playing well. Let's leave it at that.
That is the moral.
Job done there from Mark, able to get in, but lots of pressure being hyped onto Lee and himself.
Yeah, when your opponents are coming in with 114s and 132s, it makes it to where you that open, it's a little more pressurized. But Denny only finding it with the third. Lee unlucky with that second dart. Only putting in a 111. So JJ really in control of this leg now. Another hat trick will set him up nicely. And a 2-0 advantage does make a difference. Guaranteed to get another start in a leg. Oh, but JJ going to hand it back to him. Only finding a bull with the third. So it's still advantage to Lee in this one, going first, only trailing by 34 points.
Yeah, probably not an advantage they expected to get back.
Mark finding a hat trick.
So again, parity for the leg after some ups and downs. Advantage to Lee and Mark. Again, if you're just joining us, we're at the Ohio Regional BullShooter in lovely Columbus, Ohio. We're watching the semifinals of the pro bracket.
Yeah, the Columbus Airport Marriott. So if you're from out of state or far away, you could have flew right in.
You could still fly right in. Let's not even rule it out.
Hey, last minute flight, quick shuttle ride from the airport. You could be here battling against these guys for the next event.
Worst case scenario, it's walkable.
Not for me.
No, honestly, I didn't look. There was still some COVID stuff going on last December when we had our tournament here. They may have a shuttle. Probably don't even have to worry about an
Like I
Uber
said, a
or
quick
a ride.
shuttle ride. If you're going to be in an airport hotel, you have to have a shuttle.
Yeah, twitch of the nose on after the second dart, and probably some curse words after the third.
Lee going to put in 103 to leave 121. It's looking like Lee is going to take this leg. JJ sitting at 187, could set up a finish, but probably going to be frozen.
Yeah, nice low ton, but without a bunch of help here from Mark, probably never going to be able to finish.
Yeah, Mark really just needs at least one ball to guarantee that his partner gets a look. He's going to hit 3.
I was going to say, it almost hit 6. Yeah, good hat trick there from Denny. Just a confidence booster. Pretty much going into the next leg.
Applies a little pressure to this shot for Lee, but really it's more of a just don't bust scenario.
Just on the inside. JJ going to look to leave 2 or 4. 18 or 16. Oh, just catches the 18. Almost busted it.
But what he does is force Mark to have to take out this 79. If not, then he'll get a look at the 130. Mark trying to figure out how he wants to go at the 79. I think I'd go for the triple 13 and leave the 40. He's going to go 51 and leave 28. Still gets a look at the double 7. It bounces out, but he gets credit for it. You see him give a little shimmy. El Conquistador conquered the double 7.
Well done. And we are tied up at 1 apiece after all that.
And JJ will lead us out in leg number 3. JJ's been coming in strong. This time, going to have to settle for 78.
Yeah, switches to the Menser after the missed double 16.
Oh. Denny tried to follow with a perfect open. Missing the third. That dart looks like a blocker. I'm surprised he's staying on the double 20. I think that's a bit of stubbornness there from Mark.
Yeah, probably should have left, especially after the second dart ricocheted off of it.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I think the second dart probably would have hit it if it weren't for the first dart. But he stays there with all three and comes away empty-handed. So now JJ's got to feel a little better about his 78 start compared to Lee's 140. Oh, but JJ, only one bull again. They may give Lee enough time to win this even with being frozen.
Yeah, Lee runs down there and takes this out in 12 or less. There's a pretty good start. 6 darts from 211.
Just going over the bracket a little bit, as we've said. Dalton and Chris, in the king seat match against the winner of this one. And then over on our loser side, we've got Major Bandit, which was Kirk Barnes and Jamie Payne taking on the B team, who we saw of Brent and Benson. And then we've got the Extreme Assassins, which is
I think that's Petro.
Jason Seger and Mike Petroselli taking on the Bad Boys of Andy Galvin and Mike Segal. Winner of that will take on Dan Burke and Seth Stefano.
The Hammer.
Mike and Randy still waiting out there in the 5th-6 match. So, yeah, narrowing down here in the pro doubles.
Hope we get Dan and Seth on stream.
Well,
The Hammer and the Helmet.
we will probably have the king seat match after this one. So, winner of this will be right back up. As we see JJ there put in a hat trick, but not leaving a finish. Still advantage Lee, but Mark still not in.
Yeah, even our trip around the bracket didn't give Mark enough time to get in.
Yeah, it's not looking good for Lee and Mark in this one now. There's 300 points scored by JJ and Denny there. Probably seals this one up unless they really get messy at the end. Well, that looks like a good marker dart. Yeah, puts it right on top. And then pins a double bull. So the bull's not the issue for Mark.
Those pesky doubles. So Lee, despite 102 after 9, not going to get an opportunity just yet. Does a good job bringing it down. Denny, of course, not on a finish, but that glaring 411 from Mark, all but assuring JJ and Denny go-ahead leg here. Great shot by Denny, leaving the 16 from 176. Two 14s.
Ooh. Really sloppy on that.
And just into the 3.
And push the button. Stay on 4. And allow Denny to come up looking at double 8.
Yeah, fixed it with that that second. That first one, a little dangerous into that double 16 range. But 2-1, Denny and JJ. Again, winner of this is going to take on Chris and Dalton in our king seat match. Should be a fairly quick turnaround.
Well, Lee's improved each game. First it took him 3, this second time 2, now 1. And it looks like the board misregistered again. First time so far in this match.
JJ in with the second.
Another 78 open.
Yeah, really likes that 16 to 14 switch. If he doesn't catch the 32 on the first dart. And Mark, music to his ears. Here's that the board sing the double 20 that was hit. Denny, I think Denny's hit that same hole on his third dart, and at least 2 of the legs on his third dart. A lot of shoulder in that last dart. He maybe feels like he's struggling a bit, trying to over-exaggerate.
JJ putting in a hat trick, taking a marginal advantage in this leg. Strong opens from Mark and Lee, though. Have put the ball in their court to tie this up at 2 apiece. As I say that, Mark only finding 1 bull. So the window is cracked for Denny. Needs nothing less than a hat trick.
Oh, and unfortunately, only a single bull turn.
It's a big advantage now for Lee and Mark.
This is a must-win leg for Lee and Mark to send us to a decider.
Oh, but Lee only finding 1 bull. Just not the standard we expected to see from these guys this late in the event. We've seen JJ be relatively consistent, but less him. A lot of inconsistencies from these guys.
Yeah, we talked about the later in the tournament we go, the more we're going to expect to see 3 bulls a turn rather than 2. And it just has not worked out that way. JJ not able to get to a finish on that turn.
Yeah, in all reality, these guys should be getting in on one of their first 2 darts, as well as managing to find 5 out of 6 bulls, which should be setting them up for a big finish at minimum on the 4th shot. And we're just not seeing that.
And all of these players, winners, I mean, people that should not be semifinal nerves
Yeah.
impacted.
Oh, they've all been here a time or 100 previously. Lee does set up a 117. 171, not a finish. So JJ going to be forced to bring her down. Even if he were on an out, he would have been frozen. He puts in a hat trick, leaves 21. And Mark will come up looking at 172.
Yeah, 289. So the combined score for Lee and Mark before the shot. And there's the 2 bulls. So now 170, the combined score. Nice hat trick there from Denny Garn. But most likely not enough to not freeze his partner. And that's if they survive this 117, which it looks like they're going to. And Lee wisely just stays in the bull. 109 brings it down to 8. Maybe seeing a 19, now a 13. You see a little chuckle there from JJ.
So 53. We know he likes tops. 13 to leave his in double and his out double. We are all knotted up at 2 legs apiece. And we're going to get a court coming in to see who's going to have the right to start in leg number 5. JJ pinning it just high there. Good blocker dart. As you see Lee stepping to the board. He wants to evaluate, see which angle he takes. Steps all the way to the right. Oh, and he banks the first one out. And then low on the second. So JJ and Denny will have the start here in leg number 5.
Beautiful camera work. Or camera work. All right, so first job done. Win the cork. Second job done. Get an in.
Well, and JJ not messing around on that double 16 this time. We'd seen him come in with a 132 already in this match, but the last 2 legs missed the first start at the double 16 and pinned the double 14. This time, going straight at the double 14, knows that the in is that important. Lee, he'll take it. I love those because what it does more than anything is upset your opponent.
Yep. And if you watch Denny's reaction, or if you were watching Denny's reaction when that 5-5 goes in, you can see a
Look away. Like, are you kidding me?
Now, Denny's going to reset after a first dart 16. Finds a single 15 and a bull. So checking the boxes here for a clean leg so far is BG's main event.
By the way, if you don't know BG's main event, if you're ever in the Rittman, Ohio area, they may or may not have a triples pot every Friday night blind draw, where the last couple times it's been over $1,000 added, and the triples pot is $2,000 per dart. If the first person gets drawn and misses all of them, they draw another one where it's $1,000 a dart. So just FYI, if it weren't a 3.5 hour drive for me, I'd probably be there more often.
And you may see them out on the festival circuit as well, competing in the rib events.
Some mean barbecue as well. So get you a rack of ribs and a blind draw and triple spot. Oh, unlucky there from Lee, scoring a 20 with his third. So JJ really has the advantage in this one. Denny just going to look to not mess it up.
Yeah, wants to find at least 2 bulls.
Yep, play that complimentary player role. And that's perfect. Putting in a hat trick, forcing Mark to have to follow. It took them a little while to get going, but they finally got there.
Well, and what a time to do it in the deciding leg of the semifinal. Mark's not going to be outshined, though.
Yeah, great answer from him. After taking 3 to get in. Still leaves him, he and Lee in there with a chance. JJ going to find a 106. Oh, no. Did it misregister again? It did. Oh, he didn't go back far enough. He only took away the first start rather than the second.
There we go. Fully corrected. So basically perfect darts needed.
Yeah, more than a 150 too here. I would say Lee has to leave a finish. Should switch to a triple. He goes for the triple 20. Good look.
Denny again just looking to play that supporting role. Don't get themselves into any trouble.
Well, I mean, nothing hurt this time.
Well, it's another misregister. He's going to have another 50 points on the end of that.
Oh, okay. That one may have been because of the flight. Because he had a dart in the 10 already. On Mark 2, tries to take a whack at the triple 20 to leave a finish.
So 73 to head to the king seat match.
Triple 19 will leave double 8. Does he go bull for double 2 or 18, double 18? And there it is. JJ with a clean 12 dart leg going first to seal victory 3-2 and book he and his partner JJ's place in the king seat, where they will take on one of their local compatriots, Dalton. So the hotbed of Ashland, Ohio, with 3 players in the king seat match, as well as Chris Alexander joining the crew. So for Lee and Mark, they will have to battle from the loser's side. It looks like they will have the winner of Dan and Seth or the Extreme Assassins. And I'm hoping that's the match we'll get. Maybe there's enough time. I'd say we can probably run that one before we run the king seat. We'll try to get a hold of the tournament staff and see if they can arrange for that. If not, it'll probably be the king seat. But yeah, we'll have more darting action for you very shortly. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
All right. We got a cork coming in here. Jason Sager. Looks to be a good one. Seth going to step off to the side. Seth Stefano. Or with the current state of the hair, the hammer and the helmet. Sporting the 1960s Beetle mop top. I feel like I can talk about this because that is exactly what my hair would look like if I grew it out. Dan Burke, the hammer playing with Steph, with Seth and Jason and Mike Petroselli, Central Ohio. Our players very familiar with them. In fairness, very familiar with all four of these players. DJ, you just got done playing a soft event with Mr. Petroselli.
Yeah, old Moose State. Soft tip Moose State. We went down there and did pretty well. Played there's 3 events, a doubles, a mixed triples, and a singles. Petro and I won the doubles. We won the trips together with my wife, and then I won the singles. So it was a pretty good day for old Dad.
Yes.
I didn't win the MVP though.
Oh,
Ironically. Yeah.
I'll have to.
The guy that got second in all the events won the MVP.
I'll have to check the math on that.
Because he played the blind draw on Friday night. He didn't even win it. He finished 4th.
Sounds a bit goofy.
Joe Hedrick, we're looking at you. But yeah, this is a pretty familiar battle. At least for us, guys that we know pretty well. Seth, the young kid there in the green shirt, kind of a phenom himself, honestly. Has a CDC tour title to his belt, or to his name, excuse me. Already in his young career, which is super impressive. And then obviously he's playing with Dan Burke, who pretty well known throughout the country. Usually partners Dustin Holt at every BullShooter event, so surprised not to see Dustin here with Dan, but Dan trying his hand with Seth. And then obviously we've got Jason and Mike, who local Columbus boys that we know pretty well. Both great shots in their own right. Looks like Jason and Mike got put in the losers by Major Bandit, Jamie and Kirk. And Dan and Seth were put in the losers by Mike Porterfield and Randy Fern. And keeping everyone in the chat posted, if you haven't looked at the bracket, B team making a run. They're Benson and Brent continuing on. They actually just beat Major Bandit, and prior to that, they beat OMG Stepbro, which I believe was Matt Hoyne and DJ maybe Schulteis. I think that's what it was.
Darts Live 14.
No, Kerry Thaxton and Matt Hoyne. So, yeah, I gotta say, I'm a bit surprised based on what we saw from Benson and Brent on the feed earlier to keep it rolling. So, or to get it together, really. So, cheers to them for figuring it out. We may get to see them again, but they've got their hands full now as they take on Mike and Randy in the loser's side. Winner of this will take on IDA, and we will be down to our top 6 teams.
Yeah, Mike and Randy. This is actually their first match after the loss in the semifinals. So important to stay fresh and stay warmed up during these double elimination, because the further you make it on the winner side, the longer sometimes those breaks can be.
Seth and Dan talked this one over, and I think they rightly decided just put in the hat trick, leave Dan a shot at the 119, guaranteed. And now pressure on Mike. Really needs to follow with a minimum a hat trick. He does, so pressure back on Dan to have to finish the 119. He could potentially freeze without finishing the game. He'd have to leave 12 or less. So, really leaves the door open for options here. How does he want to look at it? So 57 to leave 12. Now make sure you miss worst case scenario. No, that's perfect. That's what you need was 12 left. Yep, so that's 76. So no matter what, as long as he didn't bust, he knew he had the freeze. So Jason cannot finish the game. Instead, he'll leave 2. And Seth will walk to the board looking at 64.
Yeah, needs to find a treble or may only get 1 at the finish. Finds it straight away. And an easy 2-dart, or he makes it look easy, 2-dart, 64 finish.
Jason in with his first dart again. Straight away. And another 132 open. The double 19 open.
See, that double 19 used a lot more, both on the soft side and the steel tip side. Mike needs to walk it in there. Does find the double top to get his campaign started. So, mirror images.
Ooh, unlucky with the third, finding an 8.
So, after the last dart start, nice hat trick there from Petro.
Can Dan stay perfect through 6? No, he cannot. Commentators curse.
The hammer misses the nail.
So Jason will look to be the first to a finish. Yeah, Puts in a hat trick, leave 111 after 9. Jason taking a trick out of Dan's book, chewing the gum.
Don't see it very often, I think, because it doesn't go well with Budweiser.
That's probably true. Nobody wants that minty flavor.
Yeah, they don't.
Bud Light.
They don't make a Budweiser lime spearmint. Dan needs to find the bull. Keep a little pressure on Jason. Able to squeeze it in there. Kind of on the unlikely side of that dart that was already in there.
See how Jason goes at this. Well, he smartly takes the stab at the triple with the first dart. Now double top to tie us up at one leg apiece. Oh, but he banks off the number. Pretty high on that one. And now these next 6 darts could get tricky. So 150 for Seth, forcing Mike, if he wants to freeze, to follow. Or no, won't be able to freeze. To not freeze his partner. So Dan's got a shot at 148. As long as he gets below 41. So as long as he leaves 40 or less, he'll freeze.
Yeah.
So,
Have a feeling this is going to be 2 bulls and a big fat 16.
you think 95 is not a gimme? I think you hit the bull. You go for the triple 20 to leave 38 where you know you lock in the freeze. If you hit it, obviously, you win the game. If not, you go back at the bull to get below 40 and you know that your partner gets a shot.
We'll see what the deliberations bring us.
What?
Was that? Did we call?
That was not right.
Did we talk about that in either of those scenarios?
No, we didn't, because that wasn't an option.
That was. I disagree.
No,
that
no,
was
no.
Definitely an option.
It doesn't matter if you do it. It doesn't make it the right option. So double 20 for Jason now is what that all boils down to, and we're tied up at one leg apiece. So yeah, future reference, folks, don't do what Dan did. Like, if you had done it the other way, where what you had suggested, bull 16 to leave 32, I would have understood it. But why make yourself have to hit the last 2 darts? Oh, 2 out of 3 on the loser side. We're corking. Looks like we may have a tie. No, Jason got it.
Yeah, one hole closer, I think.
No, Seth got it. Seth is the one with the decorative flights. Okay.
Seth is the one with the double 19 that is automatic.
The 138 open.
Great shot. Not only a great shot, but pressure on Jason to do the same.
Good recovery after the first one bounces out.
Yeah, you got to think a little bit of a forced error there. Jason's been getting in pretty consistently, but it's the hammer's turn.
Uh-oh. Well, pulls it out. Really going to hinge on what Petro does here.
Petro's tried that double 20. This time finds it no problem. And then an 18 and then a bull. So, best open of the match, I believe, for Petro.
And Seth, who's going first and puts in a 150. So great first 6 there for Seth. Ooh, and you see what the pressure does. As you said earlier, forced errors. And, I mean, that's directly related to the fact that
Seth is perfect right now.
Seth is perfect, absolutely. Jason was completely comfortable in this match, played well both the first 2 legs, and then third leg loses the cork. The other guy opens perfect, and the pressure mounts.
And that is a direct result of the last 6 darts as well. My partner is killing it.
The other
Put
guy's
pressure on
not.
the other. Yep. Put pressure on the other guy. He's not. Let me just kick these in. It all started with the helmet.
Yeah, it really displays what a strong player leading out strong can do. It almost makes you going second feel like you don't have a chance. And Seth making you right as he's perfect through 9.
Yeah, what a time to do it. Win the cork. Perfect through 9. And a deciding leg. Tournament life on the line. Dan going to hit a 152.
Everybody putting in hat tricks. Around the horn. With 63 to clean up for a perfect leg. Well, not going to be perfect. Now just needs to set it up. 10 for tops. And there it is, a 12 dart finish going first in leg number 3 for Seth Stefano. It's a book victory for he and partner Dan. Unfortunately for the Extreme Assassins, they are eliminated. So Dan and Seth will be taking on Team IDA very shortly. But before that, or during that, concurrent to that, we should be getting the King Seat match
Dun, dun, dun.
of BG's main event and Dalton and Chris. So we'll have that very shortly. In the meantime, please check out BullShooter.com. See the flyers for upcoming tournaments, past results, even some links there to Spider 360 and anything else you could need from.
No, come back. Join us in Columbus, Ohio. We're here for the Ohio BullShooter Regional. We're going to have the King Seat in the Pro Division next. Don't go anywhere. All right, we are here for the King Seat match in Columbus, Ohio, the BullShooter Regional. We've got a battle of North Central Ohio. J.J. Carpenter and Denny Garn taking on Dalton Hawksworth and Chris Alexander. J.J. continuing to not mess around with that double 16 as he did early.
I mean, if the double 14's working, you might as well. If the double 19's what works for you, do it.
That's your jam.
Yep. Honestly, I would take a double one first start every single time. If I knew I'd never miss it, you can give me a double one in and then I'll play.
Good recovery there for Denny after a single 16.
Chris way low with the first. Now, in the last match that we saw Dalton and Chris beat Mike and Randy, Chris started really slow and then came on really strong at the end. And here we are again, a very slow start from Chris.
Yeah, Chris for me in this match is the question mark. Denny at times has lagged, but for the most part played his role as support player.
And JJ was rock solid for the most part. And
Same
Dalton,
same as Dalton, yeah.
I know I was told yesterday that Dalton's been playing really well back home. I guess I was being told a story that I guess he's been subbing for somebody in one of the gold leagues and putting up above 5 averages for the night. So in cricket, so yeah.
Very nice. 5 on the 15-inch board. Definitely kind of the gold standard. No pun.
Looks like Mike and Randy did get past their the B team there. So they are booked into the 4th place match. Waiting the winner of Dan and Seth versus IDA.
So Dalton going to need a big shot here. Keep the pressure on. Does not get to a finish. Hat trick with Denny from Denny. Chris lagging behind, but probably won't even come into play. Does find 2 treble 20s. Good switch.
Yeah, 133 turn there. But it's looking like this is JJ's leg to lose. Going first, sitting at 142.
Yeah, nice setup shot there from JJ. So Denny can't finish. So he's just going to bring this down.
Yeah, he knows no matter what, his partner is going to get a look at 16. With Chris way back above 300. And he kind of just chucks him there. Oh, actually, board needs corrected. So we did have 2 bulls.
Yeah, again, free's probably not even going to be the issue here. JJ's getting first look. And there it is. So Dalton and Chris now with an opportunity to tie it up.
Dalton able to come in with an 88. A par type open.
Yeah, we've seen so many 138s from him. The 88 almost seems like a miss, but in first turn.
Hey, if you come in with a double and a bull, to me that's par.
Yep.
Like you obviously you come in a double and a couple of bulls, that's less than par. You did real well. And by less than par, I'm talking golf terms. Like you birdied, if you will.
Chris away, second time of asking. Pressure on Denny then. Pressure smasher. Smashes in the double 16.
Denny may be feeling like he's got to come in strong this leg. With JJ only getting in with 32. It may be Denny feeling like he needs to win this one. But Dalton gets to go first. And he puts in a hat trick. Great shot there from Dalton.
Yeah, JJ pretty much needs the hat trick follow just to stay within touching distance here. He does.
Chris at 451. A hat trick will push him ahead of JJ and put him in a great position. Does manage to find 2.
Now this is where Denny can put a little bit of pressure on Dalton. And one thing that I don't know that we necessarily talked about directly, but all of these players are probably so comfortable with each other. I mean, Dalton plays with JJ and Denny Garn. I'm assuming at local blind draws and local events.
Yeah, you got 3 guys here from a small town. They've certainly all played against each other a good bit. And then JJ and Denny typically attend the Pittsburgh BullShooter, which is the one closest to Chris. So I guarantee you they've got a good bit of experience. And Dalton as well, obviously playing with him, has a good bit of experience playing with and against Chris as well. Not to mention, I want to say Chris comes to the BG's tournament sometimes. I've kind of seen his name in some of the results. So these guys have played on Friday nights against each other in local bars as well as big tournaments. So yeah, I would agree. These 4 players pretty familiar with each other, and all 4 probably know they need to compete, come and play well in order to do what they want to do, and that's win.
So important there. No finish for JJ.
Chris, you feel just needed that third. He's starting to put distance between him and the other players every time he misses the third and they don't.
Yeah, and you said early doors that this might be a leg that Denny Garn needs to kind of shine.
And he's perfect through 9. I mean, when your partner struggles in the one hole, it's kind of your job to pick it up. But more often than not, 80, 90% of the time, you're just playing that supportive role of, hey, I just need not to freeze, keep applying pressure to the other team. But when you see the leader, take 3 darts to get in or something, it does add a little bit of, all right, I need to go this time. So JJ at 169. We'll look to just bring this down. Yeah, he puts in a hat trick. Doesn't even bother with leaving a double. Great shot there from JJ. Knows with Chris way back at 237 that pretty much nothing he can do will affect Denny's shot. Does put on 157. Good shot there from Chris. Basically leaves the door open for if Denny busts. Double 12 now for a 2-0 advantage.
Yeah, good part of the board to avoid that bust. And he just goes ahead and hits it.
Perfect 11-dart leg there from Denny.
Yeah, some clean legs from JJ and Denny Garn thus far.
Now the pressure mounts. As Dalton takes all 3 to get in. Down 2-0. You know that it's a big uphill battle.
Yeah, and I don't know that we've seen that at all thus far. And as we kind of talked about in the last leg with Denny Garn, here's an opportunity for Chris to step up.
We may need to rename the Mincer, because I don't know that JJ's missed a dart at it.
Oh, job done. Yeah, shrug of the shoulders. Who cares? I'm in. 2 bullseyes. So far, it's looking like Chris versus JJ in this one. Denny may want to throw his hat in the ring. Coming off an 11-darter. And he does want to throw his hat in the ring. 1-3-2 start. JJ back to it. $150 from Chris. Needs to happen. Does happen.
It's really reminiscent of what we saw in the last match of Chris just getting better as the match goes after starting really slow.
Yep.
The only difference is in the last match, it was 1-all.
They were able to snag one.
Yes.
Yep.
And this time they're down 2-0.
Another hat trick from Denny Garn.
Yeah, and Denny and JJ just not letting up. You see both players at 46 or above points per dart. Oh, and a slack third there from Dalton.
Yeah, Dalton, even with a 180, wasn't able to get to a finish there. So he continues to kind of play the supporting role here, hoping that Chris is going to get a whack. 6 darts from 249. But JJ does not seem like he is in the mood to allow that to happen.
And just keeping you posted, looks like Dan and Seth did beat Team IDA. And that 4th place match between Mike and Randy, Dan and Seth will be the next matchup on this board. So getting down to the nitty gritty here in the Pro Doubles in Columbus, Ohio.
Yeah, and big miss there from Chris. Not able to leave a finish.
Yeah, you almost needed him to win the leg
Yep.
if you're Dalton and Chris. If Chris would have set up an out, Dalton could have potentially come up and hit a big enough shot to give him a chance if JJ were to miss the 73. But Denny, not in any mood to miss. Oh, that's his first miss in, 8 and 11, 19 darts. He misses the 20th dart.
I think that's right.
Because I know he went 11 perfect. Looks like another misregister.
We are on our second face here on the final board.
So 73 from JJ. We've seen him take this out once today. Triple 19 leaves a double 8. Went a little interesting. Went 33 for 40. I mean, there's still opportunity here. If Chris can put in a big shot, it forces Denny to take it out. Otherwise, Dalton will get a look at 82. Well, I feel like he needed all 3. Almost certainly going to be frozen even if Denny doesn't take it out now. Unfortunate for Dalton and Chris. So Denny gets a look at 113. But as long as he gets below 54, he knows that, 64, he knows that JJ will be back. So 1 bull and don't bust. Go for triple 13.
Yeah, 39 for 24.
Well, 42. If I'm JJ back, yelling, hit the button.
High on the 10.
Yeah. Okay.
He's low on the 10.
I mean,
but
too close to the triple 15 for my liking.
yeah, nah. Well, he'll take it, I'm sure. So Dalton now looking to probably leave 2 or 4. There's the 4.
So JJ for a 3-0 straight legs victory for the king seat. Double 6. And there it is. So your king seat holders, BG's main event. For Dalton and Chris, they will be battling in the 3rd place match very shortly. But first, we got to figure out who they're going to be playing. Mike and Randy or Dan and Seth. That will be the next matchup on our stream. So don't go anywhere. We'll have more of that action coming to you very shortly.
All right, we got some cork coming in here. Got a great matchup.
Did you say some cork?
Some corking action.
I don't know. Some cork didn't sound right. A cork.
The cork of this match.
There could be another one.
That's fair.
Best 2 out of 3.
That's the only commentating I've gotten wrong all day.
This is best 2 of 3 in the loser side, 4th place match. We've got Randy Fern throwing now and his partner, Mike Porterfield, taking on Seth Stefano and Dan the Hammer Burke. Double 19. Ooh, bit wayward with the second. These two have already squared off once. If I can get my mouse to line up. And Mike and Randy won that in a decider. So a revenge match, if you will, for Seth and Dan.
Dan away with a bull. In the words of DJ, a par.
That's right.
Now, certainly at this stage in the tournament, Randy with his experience and being warmed up, no doubt is going to be firing all cylinders.
So Mike, after not getting in on his first turn, does manage to find the double 11 this time.
Followed by 2 bulls. So Randy now 6 darts away from a potential 12 or less dart leg. Great shot, 69 after 9. $150 will even out. Seth not a fan of where that dart is placed.
Oh, misregistered.
I think that's wise, especially if the board's gonna misregister.
Here's what I don't like. Well, I like it. Good on him. But there was a great opportunity there to make the darts not tangled.
Ah,
Good on him for not doing it. My head went to a darker place.
okay. You're like, just tap this in there.
Like, I hit my dart. It's a bullseye now, and the darts are lined up.
No more TP over the bull.
But he still managed to find the bull anyway. So Dan and Seth here are going to try to work this out. A 180 would leave 133, which would still not be enough. So Dan unable to freeze.
Yeah, the results of that conversation was probably just hit the 150.
And hope that Randy, who hasn't missed a dart yet, decides to start missing.
So, maybe 45 for 24. That is the selected route.
This guy don't miss. He don't miss.
That boy good.
He hasn't missed. So Seth to lead us out in game number 2. A must-win leg.
Yeah, remember 2 out of 3 in the loser's bracket. And the hands go up as he finds the double 7.
$12. 13. 14.
We need a Randy Fern doesn't miss counter
Counter right on the screen.
up in the left-hand corner, right-hand corner. Dan's like, well, my counter just started at 3.
I want a counter. You got to at least start with a perfect game. It's like on the PDC. They don't give you the 9 dart thing until you hit a 180.
Yeah, good shot there from Seth. And going second, Mike's score is going to play a much bigger role here in whether or not Randy gets those shots at 10 and 11.
No.
And the counter is already disappeared from the screen.
16. The streak ends at 16. We saw Denny do
I was
what,
gonna-
20?
I think Denny Garn was at 20. We're bragging up Randy. He hasn't even beat Denny yet.
The problem is Denny had misses prior to. Randy came in perfect right from the gate.
So big turn here. Needs to pile them in. We talked about Chris being the question mark in the last match. I think that's probably Mike for me in this match. Whether or not they can win the corks, go first, and him kind of play that supporting role. I'm expecting pretty straight darts out of Randy this whole time, and consistent darts from Seth and Dan. So
Yeah, in previous events, we've seen Mike be almost unbeatable, where he wasn't missing, and then we've seen kind of what we're seeing here, where it's a bit inconsistent. For my money, Randy is certainly of the last, so long is the form player. I think he's proving that, as we've mentioned a couple times today. The runner-up from the ESPN Invitational. Dan made it to 7.
I had already forgotten. Little awkward. Yeah, an unfortunate kick out of the bull there.
You saw it just kind of bounce up and to the left.
So we're going to see another discussion here.
I like that they talk about it.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Like, they've done this a lot. I think just getting that reassurance that you're making the right call. At the end of the day, I want you to do what you think is correct, but you never know. I may have an idea that you didn't consider. But then again, I mean, they did talk about it, and then Dan went single 16 from 148. So
that's
maybe they need to talk a little more.
100% fair. And Randy right here can polish this off.
Still can.
Treble 20. Oh, and he slides into the treble 1, so kind of disaster dodged.
and will almost certainly not be given another shot in this leg. If he is, he will be frozen. So go 15 for top. Yeah, Dan cleans it up, so we're tied up at one leg apiece. And we will get a third game decider. Looks like Mike is going to take the cork again. He won the first one. He puts in a bull. Looks like 2 in. And Seth puts in a double bull. So Seth and Dan will have the start here in leg number 3.
So another decider between these two.
These opens will be ultra critical this time. Need to find doubles straight away. That's a great first start there from Seth. And just as good follow for a 138 open. Really applying some pressure to Randy.
Yeah, and we've been bragging Randy up all match. It'll be interesting to see how he responds here. And it's not perfect. After the big open, Dan needs to get in. Feel comfortable in that supporting role, and you see the wry smile come out there as he does find the 32.
So Mike now with an opportunity, if he can come in with a double and 2 bulls, could really flip the momentum in this one. Using the double 11 smartly, puts in a 122. Great shot there from Mike. And now that kind of shifts the pressure to Seth because he knows that Dan took 3 to get in. Seth trying to anchor this leg. Perfect through 6. And really, Randy's got nothing to give away here. He has to stay perfect to make sure that Dan is as far back as possible.
Yeah, and that's really what that last dart open from Dan does, is just continually put him behind the 8 ball in terms of score and potentially freezing Seth at the business end of this leg.
See in there, he only scores 114 to 150 for Randy. If Mike can put in 150 as well, it really hurts Dan.
Well, it makes Seth know that he's only going to get probably 6 darts from 213.
If that. I mean, there's serious likelihood that he may not even get that. Great shot there from Seth, staying perfect through 9.
How low can they go?
I mean, if everybody throws bulls from here, which is not going to happen, obviously, now that Randy's missed, but if everybody were to hit a hat trick from where we were, Seth would have been frozen. Instead now, if Dan can put in a hat trick, he'll pull it down to 205. The best Mike can do, put in a 180 to leave 49, would be enough to freeze. But he'd be forced to hit a 180 if Dan can put in a hat trick. Or does he switch to the triple to try to make sure? He doesn't. We'll see if they've got the math figured out. Takes a 180. So 49 and 152 will be 201. So they're doing the math.
Yeah.
Got to go for the 180.
I'm pretty sure I saw, Randy mouth the 180.
So do you like Dan's shot of putting in the hat trick, or would you have rather him go for a big triple in the third dart to give him to if he hits it, he guarantees Seth a shot. If he hits a single, then it would have opened up the shot for Mike to not have to hit a 180.
Randy's not on 152. I think maybe there's a different discussion, but 152 is high enough that.
And they didn't even go for the 180.
Oh, they must have done the math wrong. Well, they had to have done the math wrong.
There's no way you can't predict that Seth's not going to hit 63. He's been perfect through 9. He may miss this shot, but you have to believe this is going away. Double 12 now. Yeah, great leg there from Seth. Perfect 11 darter. Seen a couple of those in that match. So your winners in this one, Seth and Dan. For Randy and Mike, they are eliminated in 4th place. So we will see Dalton and Chris take on Dan and Seth coming up straight away. You see Chris back there, Dalton back there.
I like these guys.
Yeah, we may not even get a break in the action here. That would be something. Oh, but Seth's going to walk away. Breaking my heart. All right, then we will step away as well. Don't go anywhere. We should have more darts coming your way very shortly.
All right, we got a cork. Nice double bull from Dalton. Seth going to come take a look at it. Seth finding the double in the deciding cork in his last match. I believe ticked down, so Dalton and Chris will get us started here.
My bad on that one. I wasn't on the ready with the cork cam.
Has poor camera work.
I can't do it all.
The conditions.
You know, you could help instead of criticize.
The level of commentary is just.
Won't you help? So Dalton to lead us out. We got a couple of double 19 hitters in this one. It's the battle of the double 19s.
Yes.
So Dalton's 50%. Oh, Seth gonna pull the cord quickly. Can't even play a little game like we wanted to. I was gonna try to keep track.
Yeah, can we call him 0 for 3 on the double 19?
No. He's 0 for 1. It'll keep going.
All right, so we've seen both of these teams quite a bit so far. What's the breakdown on this match? I called Chris the exclamation point, which
question mark.
Oh,
the chat called him the exclamation.
Oh, that's right, the question mark in the last time we saw him. Which, by the way, I think I nailed it. But here, I can't see it any other way. It all depends on how Chris plays on whether or not Dalton and he have a shot in this one.
And the thing of it, I mean, Chris has shown that he can play. He just is taking too long getting his feet under him. If he plays the way he does in the last legs, as in the early legs, it's a completely different story. He just starts a little slow, and it seems to get the best of he and Dalton, or at least it did in the last match, and it almost did in the match previous.
Well, in 2 out of 3, there's not a lot of opportunity to get that motor running.
Not at all. And this is exactly what we want to see from Chris. An early start, finds the hat trick.
Because it just builds confidence.
Yes. And it takes pressure off of your partner. And for the record, calling somebody a question mark is not insulting at all. It's more so, will they have the game that we've seen that is at the top tier that could very well win the match, or will they be a little inconsistent, which is what we've seen in the beginning. So, Kevin, by no means do we mean offense.
Seth missing the last. Single bull turn there from Chris. However, the slower start from Seth in this one makes that a little bit more palatable. But Dan making up just like a good team in a doubles event.
Yeah, Dan's staying hot, putting in a 157 high ton. We talked about it. He wanted to come out of the gate perfect. 9 in so far. He wants that counter, Dad.
He wants the counter up. I love it. He heard there was a counter option.
Counter engaged. Put me at 9 and counting.
So Seth now in that supporting role, looking to fill it up, does just that.
Yeah, putting pressure on Chris here. Chris going to need to follow and hope that Dan doesn't take 62.
Yeah, shrug of the shoulders there from Chris. Just unfortunately not able to build off of that 150 hit early on. 62 then for Dan. Double 6 for the first leg.
Oh, stops at 10. Oh, well, 136. So he is still frozen.
I was
just barely.
Yeah, I know that wasn't even a thought in Dan's mind, but got a little lucky there. That missing outside on both of those didn't change the shot.
So 124, a couple of bulls and a double 12. Know that if you hit 2 bulls, you still have the freeze in play. Well, now cannot freeze. So Chris will get a look at 145. And in fact, because he didn't even hit a bull, Chris now could very well freeze. So a huge miss there by Seth. Oh, and what's he doing? Okay, well, he does still manage to get the freeze.
Great shot. Not.
Yeah, I mean, I would have liked him to start on the bull,
Yep,
but
exactly.
Either way, job done.
Yep.
So Dan cannot take out the 12, and Dalton will get a look at 54.
So 54 from Dalton. Look at that. Great shot. So come from behind win here. And in this format, Seth and Dan just going to get us started. And that just speaks to what we've already been talking about, not to drive this question mark thing to the ground. But we know what we can expect. It's, are we going to get it?
Seth 1 for 3 on double 19s for the record.
We have too many counters going.
Well, as of right now, so is Dalton. Dalton 1 for 4. So advantage Seth
Okay.
in the double 19 category right now.
All right.
Good recovery there from Dan. Putting in an 8-2. Chris with an opportunity to come in strong. Nobody came in perfect. Oh, needs to find it with a third. And he's not going to get in.
So it was a misregister.
Yeah. Seth will correct that.
So must-win leg here. So Dan needs to keep this pressure on. Chris still not in. Yeah, just I don't know if I'd have left the bull on that one. I mean, our cameras are already a little high. Chris going for the 160.
Trying to make up some ground, but does come in with a 110. And nobody really running away with this one. Seth, obviously out in front, going first. Needs another bull to leave a finish. Does do that. Good clean hat trick there from him.
So a little pressure on Dan here to keep this leg clean. He's looking to do his job. Finds the 150.
Yeah, we look primed to play a decider in this one. 'Cause it looks like Seth and Dan are going to tie us up at one leg apiece.
This is loser takes third, so winner of this will go to the final.
And again, the team over in the king seat is none other than BG's main event, JJ and Denny.
Look at this from Seth.
Oh, clanks it off the top. But nothing hurt there. As he knows he'll be back.
Chris does leave a finish in this format.
Double 10 now for Seth. Job done. So we're going to get a cork.
Yeah, deciding leg. The cork muscles will be flexed.
We'll figure out who will show first. Looks like Seth stepping to the board. Very important cork here. Gotta feel that whoever goes first will most likely win this leg. As we see just barely in there. Oh, and Dalton ties it. And then another one in the same spot.
Maybe one hole better.
So Seth now for his second dart, and he drills a double bull. So Seth and Dan will have the start.
Are you ready with the double 19 counter?
Yeah, we got 1 for 3 versus 1 for 4. Two for 4. It's a wrap.
Pretty strong.
Yeah, like no matter what Dalton does, he can't win this. He might as well not even throw at it. All right, 2 for 5 is not bad. 40% on doubles.
What if he throws one back at it? What if he finishes on 38?
Wait, I didn't even think about that.
See?
Yeah, if he goes, so he's what, 2 for 5? If he goes 3 for 6, they tie at 50%.
Dan away. Needs to find a bull. Ooh, doesn't do it.
Slack visit.
And Chris knows.
Oh, the hat. Oh, I thought it was coming off.
Thought the rally cap was
Yeah.
coming out.
Like, don't need this no more.
He's away.
We talked about it. He gets better as the match goes. 140 open.
What a time.
But Seth played a very strong leg the last leg.
Little gitchy on that dart.
Snatchy on the third. Yeah, he was halfway to the board before it landed.
And here we see Dalton.
Ooh. On a 2 with the second.
Yeah, unlucky with the second. I think he thought he was just going to lay that on top. And ended up glancing off. Dan going to make up for his slack turn. Only finds 2, though. Thought he was going to fill it up, too. So perfect start.
Perfect through 6.
Good follow.
So it's coming down to, Can Seth set it up and knock it down? And will Dan give him that opportunity?
I think that second one's the big question mark.
Great shot there from Seth.
Seth's done his work.
So 185. If Dan just puts in a hat trick here, it will guarantee that Seth gets a look at 96.
And there's the 150. Assures the shot at 96.
So Chris will look to remain perfect. No, does miss the 8th dart, but still solid leg. Leaves 98 after 9. But Seth looking at 96 for the W. Triple 20, double 18 should be the route. Full for double 13. 1 dart at it, double 13. Ooh, little hesitation.
Now, do you like it for him?
What do you mean?
The refocus?
Oh, yeah. There you go.
Perfect.
Especially, honestly, I line up straight. So for that one, it's moved to the right. It's a slide.
Oh, there's already an
to get
adjustment.
vertical, yeah.
Gotcha.
So great dart there by Seth, finishing up in 12 darts. So your third place finishers, Dalton and Chris, great performance, good showing from those young men. Moving into the final, we've got Dan Burke and Seth Stefano. We will have that coming up very shortly. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
All right, we got a cork in the final. We got BG's main event taking on the helmet and the hammer.
Looks like Seth took the cork. So for Dan and Seth, they will have to pull the double dip. The old 2-scooparoo, if they're going to pull out the victory in this one.
And Seth's corking, by the way, is starting to stand out.
A little bit cork muscle being displayed. Yeah, I would agree.
Continuing to run on that double 19, too.
Yeah, pulling that average up. Well, he was 2 for 4, now he's 3 for 5, but the counter's gone.
I think it solidly remains the Menser, by the way.
Oh, he did finally miss one. How dare you point that out?
I got to remember one of the 4 counters we got going. All right, as we get this one started, we also will be firing up a triples bracket. So we'll have an idea of what we're looking at there. We'll probably let that one get started after this match before we start jumping in. Sweet Denny Garn off and running here. We're also keeping tabs on the open singles. I'm sorry, open doubles. To perhaps bring some of the business end of that tournament to you as well. Just drop the triples bracket into the chat for your for your review. Dan needs to find a couple bullseyes here after the wayward first.
We've got our lovely producer LJ checking on the open bracket to see where it is. It looks like the women powered through the 301. They are all done. So,
who won?
Well, let me pull that bracket back up because he X'd it out for me. So let me get that going for you. Looks like your winners were Driving Miss Daisy. What'd that do for you?
Not much.
All right. So let me see here.
Yep.
How is that?
Yep. That's it.
Okay, so Driving Miss Daisy was Olivia Terry and Taylor Gillum were your winners. Your runners-up, Team Let's Go, were Renee Shepard and Mary Beth Collins. And finishing in third place was UT of State, which was Nicole Hinshaw and Morgan Price. If you want me to keep going, tell me now. Fourth place was Team Twinning of Alexis Johns and Beth Stam. That's as far as I'm going to go.
There's your top 4 from the women's doubles this morning. Dan with a solid miss into the 4 to leave him a finish here. However, a big shot here from Denny Garn should squarely put them in the driver's seat.
Denny, perfect through 9. We got a counter for somebody. Denny has the longest of the day, though.
Yeah, he was 20, did we say?
I think 19, and then the 20th was missed, albeit not right out of the gate. It was in the middle of a match, but impressive nonetheless. So JJ, 152 to do. And could freeze. As Seth only able to find one bull on his last turn. So yes, will definitely freeze. JJ not even going to play for the out. Just puts in a 150 to leave 2. Smart shot by him. Not to mention, your partner hasn't missed a dart. He deserves to get a look at that 69.
Absolutely. Get a whack at that 69 for the 11 darter.
Well, that's all she wrote for that perfect streak. But 54 to do, 14 for top. And there it is. 12 works just as good as 11. So leg number 1 to Denny and JJ. This is 3 out of 5 again as we are back on the winner's side.
And I want to say Denny and JJ have dropped a leg all day.
Let's look. So, no. They went all 5 against Raymer and Lee.
Fair enough.
They didn't lose any in the king seat match. They didn't lose any against that team. Oh, and they actually went 5 their very first match as well against Joe Hedrick and Ivan Brown. So twice going to a decider.
Good find there from JJ. So Seth not getting in puts a lot of pressure on Dan, especially with the task at hand of needing the 2 scoops.
Yeah, and to go down 2-0 would be a massive hill to climb given the way that Denny and JJ are playing. So just to update, we don't have player names, but we do have team names. If you know the players, then by all means, you'll know who's still rolling. In the open, it looks like we're down to the top 4 teams on the winner's side. We've got Dart Runners taking on Bringham Fernando. And then we've got Quit Crying taking on Pure Flight. The winners of those 2 matches will square off in the king seat. And then it looks like we're down to about the 7th, 8th place matches in the loser side. Looks like Tuski Keller and Spur of the Moment are battling it off in the 7th, 8th place. And then Hansen and Hall have moved on in the losers into the 5th, 6th place match. So, yeah, we rolling right along.
We really have had a decent cadence here of matches.
It started a little slow. We were kind of long breaks in between, but since then we've actually picked up pretty well. The Open had quite a few teams, which is why there are still so many left in it. In fact, they had to break it up into 2 brackets. So, yeah, they've combined those, and that's all that's left to this point. And that's what we will finish out with. And then move into the trips after a quick dinner break.
Nice hat trick there from JJ. Continuing that pressure. 167, not an out in this format, though.
But he's running away with the leg. The averages have started to slip down in this one. It's kind of catching as everyone falling off a bit after that great leg by Denny the last time.
So, setup shot incoming here from 167. I like JJ staying on the bull there, even though triple 20 may have left him a double top. So leg got a little bit more interesting.
Good find there from Denny to put in a hat trick. He's done his part. So Seth now needs the 150 is the right shot there. If he puts in a 150 and the 84 doesn't go away, his partner gets a shot. Now instead, his partner will be froze even if JJ doesn't take out the 84.
Yeah, one of those shots where definitely best to...
Yeah, 23 versus 53, there's no benefit.
Double 7 for a 2-leg lead.
So irrelevant, as JJ does get the job done. And now on the hill, JJ and Denny to wrap this up. Seth leading us out.
One 3-8 start. Deadly on that double 19. Looks like it's time for Seth and Dan to kick into gear here.
Well, this is the leg they're supposed to win. They're going first. The fourth leg, however, will be the leg where they're going to need to outperform the other team going second.
Nice low ton. See what JJ's got in the locker here. Just low. So single bull turn there. Kind of the first stinker we've seen from JJ after 6 darts. But it's been funny every time we've seen anything close to a stinker from JJ. Denny has stepped in.
Well, and that's exactly what you want from the supporting player. Good shot there from Seth, putting in a 160, bringing it down to 95. He should get the first look at a finish. Wait, we'll definitely get the first look at a finish. Double 13. Not sure what the holdup is.
I'm sure the look back was met with a hit it. And he buries it. Good leg from Seth. Real one back. But as you mentioned, 2-1 JJ and Denny. This is the one. And then they still have to win a cork.
But this is the favor that JJ and Denny did for themselves by winning the first 2 legs. They guaranteed themselves the ability to go first in at least one of the last couple legs. And JJ kicks in a 122 start. Seth going to answer with a 138.
Yeah, no bonus points, but 2 double bulls following that double 19. Danny is away with a bull. Again, Dan and Seth picking their spots to pick things up here. Hopefully they didn't leave themselves too much here. Good follow for JJ after a wayward first. Going to reset. Fills it up. So perfect through 6.
Denny leaving the door ajar. Continues to miss one dart a turn. Well, Seth and Dan in this leg haven't missed a dart yet.
That puts the counter for the team at 12.
Where will it end?
So 2-7-7 needs to get to a finish. Another dart will do it.
No.
Not going to do it.
So Seth will have 6 from 213.
Seth going to right the ship after a wayward first. Good job. 150 leaves 152. Remember, 161 not a finish in this format. $150 to a leave 11.
I mean, there's nothing hurt by going for the 57 to leave 4. I think I just go ahead and stab it. But no, he does do the 150. So 110 to do. 93, trip 19 for double 18.
Seth backing off the line, reset. Seen him be successful with this. Blowing and licking both hands meets business. To tie this up. There it is. Great 110 finish from Seth Stefano.
That's a huge leg. If Seth and Dan do end up taking this match in the title, I think that's the leg that JJ and Denny will have to look back on. Very wayward from JJ.
Yeah, so this one not even going to take much of a cork muscle from Seth.
So Seth and Dan do have the start. And Seth will get us underway. He's been super strong on that double 19. Expect nothing less. Yeah, straight away with the first start. He just seems to be finding a little bit of a rhythm.
Now, you may be wondering, if Dan and Seth win this, what will we play in the next set?
3 out of 5.
3 out of 5. Yep.
Well, it's looking pretty likely now as JJ was unable to get in. And Dan, following his partner's lead, comes in perfect as well.
Yeah, going second, doesn't get in. Not a lot of positive signs for the leg from JJ and Denny. After a 2-0 start. This will be 3 on the bounce for Dan and Seth. Shake of the head from JJ. He knows there is little chance in this one.
Yeah, Dan and Seth just playing too good right now to lose going first.
The look away bull.
Well, and it misregistered, so he has to correct it.
Another hat trick.
Yeah, Dan, not to be upstaged by Seth. Once again, both players 6 perfect to start the leg.
Any talk of counters, Dan wants in.
Dan will only miss once his partner has missed first. That's why he goes second on the team.
He needs to know whether or not to miss.
It's a lot less pressure to hit, too. Because more often than not, your partner's not going to go 9 perfect.
Yeah, this is the last time Dan will be playing with Seth.
I need somebody that'll miss a little more often.
JJ again, you just tell a little frustrated that he started so slow, throwing his hands up.
Well, and then the cork, I think, was the reason the first shot was so bad. I mean, that cork was pretty poor, and he knew it. And it's so important in this format. Oh, Dan going to take a 1-point lead. I like your moves, sir.
What a leg. What back-to-back legs from Seth and Dan.
Yeah, last time they were each 6 perfect. This time they're each 9 perfect. That's it's tough to compete with. For 12. Oh. Seth going to let Dan win a leg.
He heard the talk of not partnering up again. He's like, all right. You get a whack at it. Again.
The good news is we get to do this all over again.
Yeah, we're going to get to see at least 3 more. The way this is going, probably 5 more legs.
Oh?
Okay. Seth's turn to giggle a little bit. After, again, both players going 9 perfect. Unable to finish from 63 and 62.
So 20 to do for Seth. And there it is. So first set to Seth and Dan. We will wipe the scoreboard and do it all over again. Starts with a cork.
See if JJ takes a little bit more time. So momentum solidly in Seth and Dan's camp. After going down 2-0 and running off 3 to win the first set. And Seth buries the double. So he will get us going again. He may want to switch from that 19 to the bullseye. The starting double. Up to the tops.
Oh. Well, if you're ever going to do it, the first leg of the set of best of 5, probably
in a loser goes first format.
Probably the time to do it.
Yeah, you're not going to lose your throw.
It's essentially you just lost the cork. But what I think most important happened right there is you stopped the onslaught. Like, you had just been really demoralizing JJ and Denny with 3 straight legs where you looked virtually unbeatable. And now they can see a little bit of a kink in the armor.
So 4 darts to get in for Seth in this one. But after that, does find a double 19 and a bull.
JJ back to perfect hitting ways. Putting in a 150.
And a $150 back from Denny. So again, I think you're exactly right. Who in this one kind of gave up the momentum straight away.
Well, and towards the back end of that last one, JJ looked really defeated. And now he seems to be right back into things on 73 after 9.
Now, on the positive side, I mean, Dan and Seth will know that they've done this before.
Yeah, they fell down 2-0 in the last one and came back and routed off 3 straight.
So it looks to be all but over in this one. No real opportunity at striking distance. So 73 for the first leg in the second set. JJ smooth strokes it. Triple 11, double top. And Seth gonna jump to the line, getting ready to start the second leg here. Double in and a bull. I guess JJ was just at, what, 12 darts?
No, 11. He finished in 11.
Yeah, and then double. So 12 darts perfect.
Oh, yeah.
You're the counter guy.
I know. I know. It snuck up on me because JJ wasn't playing that well at the last part of that last match. And then he just came out and did miss.
Guns a-blazing in this second set. So a little parity here after 3 for all the players. Advantage to the team going first, but relinquished a little bit there.
Yeah, JJ, now with a hat trick, could take advantage of this leg. A little shot to the crowd.
Yeah.
Like, did you see that?
Looked over to the family section.
Oh, Dan. Unlucky with his last, finding a 1. Oh, actually, he may not have missed. Looks like Denny gonna point it out to him. So good on Denny. Yeah. Looks like Dan didn't notice that it didn't give him the hat trick, so good on Denny, the gentleman that he is. Correcting the shot there. We have had a couple of darts misregister on the bullseye here today. Danny gonna follow the hat trick of his own. So they're free. Everybody gets one.
Hat tricks are like so easy.
Seth there going to leave the 153. Trying to put in a 180. Well, JJ does set up an out, so he may have needed it. Dan will need 2 bulls and a big triple to leave a finish. He may elect to just stay straight. No. Well, he putting in the 170 to leave 141. Making it even more hard, but at least that way the next turn you get to start with a bull.
Okay.
So what's Denny got in the old bag? Danny's probably going to need a real big one here and hope that Seth tanks it. Well, I mean, 2 bulls, solid shot, but I feel like 3 might have been needed there. Oh, wait.
I was gonna say he
Once
got
again.
him.
Okay. We're on our second face. Not sure what's going on. Could be a matrix problem. These are brand new boards. Good shot there from JJ. Leave 22. Gotta go for it. The bull. Now triple 17. Oh, back at the bull to leave 32. Okay.
Does get there.
I mean, you leave it open for Denny. If he wanted to, could go 150 to freeze. But I think that was the right play. Forced Denny to have to make that call. He is going that route. And he misses a dart, and you see he knows. So Seth will get a look at 53 to tie this up at 1 leg apiece.
Yeah, and I think he was really frustrated because it flighted down. I think when it left his hand, he thought that was going to be good.
Oh, Seth's going to make this interesting. Now, Seth's got a little bit of math to do as well. He needs to be less than 22 if he doesn't take this out.
So you go 45 for double one.
Now make sure
15.
you miss inside.
Yep.
If you miss, it has to be a single 16. Well, don't miss is the key. But good job on Seth's part. Ties it up at 1 leg apiece.
We're battling. We're battling here in the final of the pro event.
Yeah, now it feels like we've got a match. Last one, just shockingly, thought it was all but over after JJ and Denny ran out to a 2-0 lead. You don't often see somebody win 3 in a row in this format, but Seth and Dan certainly did. And JJ not able to get in.
Again, if you're just joining us, we are in Columbus, Ohio, at the BullShooter Regional, part of the 37th annual regional tour, and we are watching the finals of the Pro Doubles 501 event.
Oh, and Dan returns the favor to JJ. Doesn't get in. JJ has to feel good about that. Really should be in a world of hurt here. He gets an extra 3 on Dan.
Seth fills it up. What can Denny do? 150 leaves 219. That's going to be the goal. Denny missing the hat trick in the last leg to freeze Seth. Oh, and he's going to miss the hat trick here, too.
Dan going to come in strong after not getting in the first time.
So it's looking like it's going to have to be JJ and them that win a leg under pressure.
But they will have the start. No matter who loses this leg, the loser will have the start in the next one to send us into a decider. So we're primed to go to all 5. But who's going to have 2 cracks at it?
Seth, with one of his poorer visits that we've seen.
Yeah, it really allows Denny in here to set up the first shot at an out. And he leaves 118.
And this entire leg, Dan has been giving JJ a reprieve on a slack leg.
JJ really taking his time on this one. He knew that before he threw it. Good shot there from JJ, putting in a hat trick. Oh, but he needed help. And he got it from Seth. So Denny, 118. Another one of those for double 9. Double 9.
Oh, and he comes inside just by a hole. So 303. Wild second dart. Wild third.
And now Seth will not get a look at 98. He will be frozen. So this is JJ and Denny's leg to lose. So once again, Seth and Dan going to have to win leg number 4 to send it to a decider, but this time they will have the start.
Yeah, we thought this was going to be JJ and Denny's start and have to win under pressure.
After the poor open from JJ, Dan, as you said earlier, just kept giving it back to him. Really the worst leg we've seen out of Dan in probably all day, but at least quite some time.
So 180 takes him to 43. No real benefit.
I mean, you're punting at this point anyways. Because 73 certainly doesn't do anything for you.
What about 111? Where's that on the scale?
You got to hope that you get another shot. And you take the 111.
50. JJ glaring at that 32. Seth going at the double 20 to leave 2.
So Denny for double 4. To send us to leg number 4.
Oh, and what a relief. Finally able to find the double in that leg. Seth and Dan again throwing for their tournament life. The title's life.
Ooh, and Seth taking all 3 to get in. Door ajar.
Yeah, you see JJ stepping up here. Talking to himself. Come on, one time. Yeah, good shot.
Oh, Dan gonna step up and try to answer the perfect open, but misses the third dart. So Denny now really needs to get in and hit at least one ball. That's exactly what he does. So pressure shifted back to Seth, who took all 3 to get in.
Seth fills it up.
Yeah, quick rhythm there. Those looked really comfortable after starting pretty slow. Oh, JJ missed high. Has to shift over.
Oh, and a wayward dart.
Shifted a bit too much.
Yeah, surprised he went completely off of camera there.
Yeah, it felt like a little bit of an over adjustment. So Dan now can take the lead in the leg. Oh, and he hits into the 13. So everybody right around that 300 mark. Will Denny put in a low ton and be chilling there with everybody else, or will we put in 3 bulls and move into the lead? There's another option, but I just can't see it.
Yeah, great shot from Denny Garn, filling it up. Prime time to do it.
So Seth will need 2 bulls and a big triple to leave a finish.
There's the 2 bulls.
Oh, he hit a triple. I think he jumped it into the 5.
Yeah, he was trying a little too hard on that one.
He gave a little extra.
Little.
So can JJ leave a finish? 3 bulls will do. Oh, wait. He already missed the first.
Yeah. well low on the first into the 3. So in a parity leg, the team going first usually has the advantage.
Who will be the first to leave a finish?
Oh man.
It's so tight.
Everybody in that 190 range. Denny Garn, though, 119 after 9 would be music to him and JJ's ears.
And you talked about it earlier today. When we've seen JJ struggle, we have seen Denny step up in the biggest of ways. And here again, Denny stepping up big time.
They've played so well as a team.
Seth will be the first one to leave a solid finish. Looks like he's having to crack the dart again.
Which no harm, no foul for him. We've seen him reset and bury it. No reason to expect anything else here.
Oh, and he goes for the bull.
Surprised by that.
Hit a 4.
Yeah, good job there from JJ to straighten it out. Dan going to throw it the treble. He is, and he's going to find it. 32 to do.
Great shot, but it all hinges on Denny. 119 for the title. Well, he's going to play at it for the triple. Now double top for the win.
And he buries it
home. Great shot there from Denny Garn. 119 finish to prevent the double dip. So your champions in the pro doubles event here in Columbus, Ohio, Denny Garn and JJ Carpenter. Your runners-up, Dan Burke and Seth Stefano. Great showing all day. Lots of quality darts. So we should be getting some open. We're not done, folks. We're still going. We're just done with the pros.
Yeah, don't go anywhere. We will be back with more coverage. We'll find where they are in the open and bring you as much action as we can as we close out that tournament. In the meantime, head over to BullShooter.com. Check out the regional series, maybe one coming up close to you. And Spider360.com for any of your BullShooter swag needs. We've got a whole store set up out front, and that one online is going to give you all of the latest and greatest. So we will be back with more darting action. Stick around.